They hear us. I think it is working.
Looks like it is now.
Looks like you just needed to unplug it. We good now. All right.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, pretty much.
Or in this case, unplugging it and plugging it in again?
Yep.
Yay!
Well, everything's working. You can put this back on whenever.
Alright.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, tech support man.
No problem.
Oh, I just got duck attacked. Eee! Oh, hello everybody! So that was dumb. Basically, my microphone was like plugged in and it was on, but it wasn't working at all in OBS. So I had to have my handy dandy tech support hubby come in here and, you know, fiddle around with things, and he managed to fix it by just unplugging the microphone and then plugging it back in again. Woo! So, that was a thing. The reason the first question tech support asked you is, did you restart the tech? Yeah. And of course I had to get duck attacked as, like, you know, his reward for helping me. Also, I'm doing something a little fun. So I'm streaming on Reality at the same time. At least I'm trying to. Oh. Hang on a minute. My YouTube video on Reality disappeared. But my character is looking adorable, so that's cool. It's like a stream within a stream. It's basically this app where you're like a VTuber avatar. Yeah, like a little anime character. And you can actually like put YouTube videos in there. So I'm gonna restart it. Because it was working and now it's not, so. I'm having technical difficulties everywhere. Just everywhere. You know? Okay. Broadcast and then like my YouTube. And it's talking to me.
Entered the room.
I probably have some like text to chat thing on. I swear, I feel like I'm so technologically impaired.
Day.
It's not Valentine's
In
Day.
Japan, there is a custom of giving chocolates to your loved ones.
Well, isn't that nice? Hello, hello!
15 minutes, maybe they will send you a serious chocolate.
Apparently there's some Valentine's event happening in this thing. So all I gotta do now is just,
screenshots of your Valentine's Day and send them to everyone in the chat.
I just have to link my live stream here. I figure this is a way to get more people to see my art and stuff. Use this, like, Reality app. Okay. We got it going. We got both things going and they're working. Awesome. And I'm gonna turn my phone volume off because I can like hear myself through my phone. There we go. Welcome everybody. I do apologize for starting a little bit late. Had some technical difficulties. Basically, OBS wanted to do an update, and then for some odd reason, my microphone just decided, like, even though it's connected and everything, it didn't want to work. So we got it all fixed. And once again, I want to just send a little apology because I know my schedule was kind of wonky. I did completely forget about my San Diego trip when I was writing the schedule for February. So I apologize for all you guys having to wait an extra week to get your work because, you know, my brain is like a sieve and information just kind of goes in and out and disappears into the abyss somewhere because, you know, I'm old and I have some senility going on, I guess. And also I flubbed the schedule again even after that. And I told Kara here that the Axolotl commission is Monday when it was actually scheduled for Wednesday. And today was supposed to be the gold sketches. But then I realized I have so much stuff going on this week that I don't have the time I need to prep for those sketches. So it's actually easier for me to do this commission today and do those commissions on Wednesday because I can get on my computer earlier Wednesday morning and start doing my pre-sketch stuff. So this actually works out. And on top of that, from the San Diego trip, I inherited another art commission, which if you guys look in the commissions and sketches channel, you'll see that I snuck in a piece of artwork last night because while we were in California, Mike's home health aide, this really nice guy named Kenneth, like pretty much was our chauffeur. He drove us around and he like bought us food and he saved us so much money on taxi fare because he very generously took us anywhere we needed to go. And basically I wanted to do something nice for him, and at some point the conversation came up that he has some relatives, I think some cousins, who are getting married in Disneyland on March 5th. So Mike was the one that kind of suggested, kind of volunteered me, as it were, where he's like, oh, you know, Emily could do like a portrait for them as a present, like a wedding gift. So even though I'm completely booked this month and I have like no time in my schedule for another commission, I got volunteered to do this. And I was so tired when we got home from California. Like, I literally just couldn't function at all on the rest of Friday and Saturday. I pretty much just slept a lot, like over 20 hours. I think I had jet lag or something. I've never really traveled very far, so I guess that's what jet lag is. Just you want to hibernate. But I did get it done. I got it done last night, so I'm all caught up. And yeah, so we're gonna get sketching. Now I had a couple of questions for Kara. I found this little picture here from Assassin's Creed Valhalla because I really like this pose. So I was thinking it'd be cool to draw the Chibi Axolotl in this kind of like Viking pose, you know? Like just with the, like, you know, the hands down, and maybe, I don't know, it could have like a sword in one hand and maybe like a shield in the other. I don't really know like exactly what kind of weapons, you know, you want this guy to have. So I'm just kind of like, you know, checking here. Also, hello Katsumi May, hello Kaiser Dragon. But yeah, I like this pose, so I think it looks really cool for the chibi. like leg up, like maybe it can draw like a rock or something. Don't know exactly yet, but that's just a super rough sketch idea here. He'd love anything you come up with. Okay, cool. Also, I don't know if you guys have the Reality app at all, but I am also currently streaming in Reality and I look adorable. Like, I have this little anime avatar. She's got a rose crown. Now she's got chocolate blasters on her shoulders, which is totally crazy. My character's name in Reality is Ayame. So, yeah, I don't know. There's a million Ayames, so I don't know how you guys would find me specifically. The video link is glitching on my end. Yeah, I had to restart it. Because for some reason the video link also was glitching on my end too. So, I mean, maybe reality's just not very good with live stream stuff. I like that she's shooting chocolates out of the rockets on her shoulder. I feel like I need to take a screenshot of this. There, I took a screenshot. Hello, Nora's World of Art. Welcome, welcome. Happy almost Valentine's Day, yes. Alright, so I'm gonna basically do a rough sketch, like a rough draft to start. So these are just little thumbnails here. So we're gonna sketch out. Gonna make it have like a mouth open. By the way, do you have like do you want its facial expression to look like intense or like, because I know I got the reference you gave me here. Also, like, I don't know what kind of eyes I want to give it. Do I want to give it like anime, like Pokemon eyes? Or do you want it to be like the circles, like, it's like how simple do you want it to be, you know? Like a warrior. Yeah. Okay, so kind of intense. Whatever you think will be cool. Okay. So I pretty much have free reign here in terms of like the, you know, style and stuff, so. Like my main thing is like I want to take inspiration from the references, but I don't want to completely copy them. Because it's like I gotta make it, you know, gotta make it original. So I'm gonna erase this for now because I need some room on my canvas here. So yeah, this is just a super rough sketch here. And then once we hash it out, we'll get into more detail. So they have like, I don't even know, these little like weird things coming out of their heads here. Like, I can't even begin to understand Axolotl. Okay, let's see. By the way, how's everybody doing? I know I haven't gotten to share my photos from San Diego yet. Because like I said, I've just been kind of dead the past 2 days. Like, I did my art lesson yesterday with Katsumi. And I've just been, I haven't even fully like unpacked yet. I've been kind of crazy here, just because I had to do that surprise art commission thing yesterday, and otherwise I've mostly been sleeping. So I haven't really had time to unpack. I haven't been able to post pictures or really talk about my trip or anything of the sort. So I do apologize, guys, if I've been kind of quiet in the Discord server. Like, I'm mostly just, you know, posting hearts on people's posts, like just silently there. Like I look at everything you guys post, but I haven't had the energy to really like talk much. So I've been just so tired. Drawing looks good. Just want to check in and say hi. Thank you. It's good to see you again. Okay, so these, I don't know what these are called. I could Google it, but that takes effort, so. So I think I'm gonna give this one like little eyes, because I wanna, you know, have it be my own style. But if Axel likes it without the eyes, then, you know, like the circle style, like that picture, I could do that too. It's up to him. And up to Kara. Whatever you guys prefer. Whatever you think looks better. So anyway, I guess while I'm drawing, I can talk about my amazing trip to San Diego. Have fun drawing. I'll go spam hearts on reality. Thank you! Also, hello, Panda Demon! It's so nice to start streaming again for like the first time in 2 weeks and have so many people popping in. He likes real anime eye. Okay, good, good, good. We got it. Okay, so I'm giving them like a little shape there. There we go. Alright, so basically, the whole San Diego trip was really, cause my fiance wanted to go visit his grandma. Thank you so much, Panda Demon, for 100 bits. Thank you. So yeah, the trip was really about Mike visiting his grandma, and oh my gosh, she was like the sweetest little old lady. just so funny and so awesome. So yeah, she lives in this place called Oceanside, which is in San Diego, and it's like right near the ocean and the beaches, and it was really nice out there. You know, it was like in the 60s and 70s in February, and they have like a lot of tropical plants. And I mean, for anybody who's been to California, you're probably like, doy, but like I've never been out west before in my whole life, so it's like I really didn't know what to expect out there. Like I kind of, you know, my brain kind of said, okay, they probably got palm trees, but I just figured they'd have a lot of, you know, the same kind of plants we have out here too. Nope. Really alien plants. Like everything in California was so bizarre. Like they had a lot of like cactus-y kind of plants and different kinds of succulents and just strange looking alien plants. It was like stepping onto another planet. Like they had this one tree and it had like these little round things and it looked like this. I was like, what is that? They were like little nodules. I don't know. If anybody's from the West, then you're probably like, what are you doing knocking on our plants? Those are just normal trees. But like in New York, we don't have stuff like that. So I was, you know, obviously fascinated by the change in environment. So I took a lot of pictures of like the plants and stuff. And the first day, I mean, other than the day we arrived, the second day we were there, we went to the San Diego Zoo and we spent a good chunk of the day there. And I always wanted to go to the San Diego Zoo because, like, as a kid, I used to watch Animal Planet a lot, and, you know, they always had these shows about the San Diego Zoo, and I'm just like, oh man, this place is awesome. And it really was. It was amazing. So I don't know if anybody here has ever been there, but yeah, it was cool. I got to see lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my. And everything in between. Like they had hippos and giraffes and baboons and tons of different kinds of birds and koalas and kangaroos and I mean everything you could imagine. was there, and it was great. And I took tons of pictures, which again, you know, eventually I will share them with you guys when I have some time. Because I really do want to show you guys the pictures from the trip, because I got some pretty cool ones. The only thing that I kind of regret is the park was so big, and I really wanted to get to like the northern part where, you know, the polar bear and like the grizzly bear and the black bear and caribou and all that, penguins and stuff were. And every time we kept trying to get to the northern part of the park, we kept getting like really lost because the whole place is like a maze. You know, you wander into an exhibit and the next thing you know, you're like literally in a labyrinth. So, I did get to see those things from the bus, because we took like a little bus that goes around the park and it just gives you a quick little tour, like it tours the entire thing. And also, hello, Boost Fist! So yeah, like, I got to see the things on the bus at a distance, but I wasn't able to like get out on foot and see them close up, which I'm kind of sad about, because I've tried really hard to, you know, get up there to see the bears and stuff closer. But, you know, if we ever go back, I will definitely do my best to, like, I'll go to that part of the park first. I'll make a concerted effort to do so. So, yeah. Okay, so we're just putting some armor on this axolotl guy. And I'm just making this armor up because I've drawn so much World of Warcraft armor. But yeah, the zoo was just lots of fun. And I think that very same day when we got back to our hotel, like our hotel actually had a pool, like an outdoor pool. And to me, this is just mind-blowing to be able to swim in a pool outside in February. Because, you know, I'm from New York, so like, if you try to jump in a pool in New York in February, you're going to be jumping on a brick of ice and breaking your hip. But yeah, so we got to like go swimming, and it was fun. It was great. And then we conked out, and then the next day, we visited Mike's grandma, and we got to have some of the local food, which was In-N-Out Burger, Wiener Schnitzel. Like, these are all places that, you know, Mike, like, hyped up a lot. He's like, In-N-Out Burger is the best burger you're ever gonna eat. And it was pretty good. My honest opinion, though, is, like, I've had all kinds of burgers, and, I mean, they're all kind of the same, like, a burger's a burger. But if Mike heard me say that, he'd probably flip out, because if I don't say it's the best burger on the planet. Like, it was good, but, I don't know, it just seems like, you know, if you've eaten Johnny Rockets or whatever, like, you've had a good burger, they're all good, you know. So, I don't know. It was good. I liked it. But would I say it's the best burger I've ever had in my life? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Do a little filigree. Filigree on armor is super cool. Okay. Alright, let me save right now. So let's see, what else? We also went to the beach and we walked on this long pier. Hey Jam, what's up? Got a lot of cool people in here today. Welcome everybody. And right now on Reality, I have a big chocolate heart in my mouth. Looks delicious. I did buy a box of Russell Stover chocolates for tomorrow for me and Mike. Also, you guys will note in the schedule, I didn't schedule a stream tomorrow because it's Valentine's Day, so I'm going to spend the day with my man. We're gonna go to TGI Fridays, have some dins, and eat chocolate and just, you know, spend time together without me being distracted and being a workaholic like I usually am. So yeah, it should be fun. You know, sometimes in life you gotta schedule time off, even though I just was off for 2 weeks because I had my usual little vacation and then I went to San Diego. So it was like a 2-week vacation plus an extra day off for Valentine's Day. So yay! Look at me getting so much time off. It's definitely needed though, because like after a while, you know, I do start to get burnt out because I do like a lot of art projects every single month. So like eventually my creativity starts to like dwindle after a while, you know. Let's see, I think I'm gonna do a shield in the second hand, so let's do that. I'm gonna make the shield one of those like these kinds of shields here. And then we're gonna give them those like side armor things, those side leg armor. Put some filigree. Like a scarf thing here. And Axolotl also got this weird little tail. So yeah, this is just, right now all I'm doing is just a rough sketch, like a very rough draft. And then we can tweak it as we need to. Hey! ADK babe, I know you. Also, sorry I haven't called you. I know I said I was gonna call you on Friday when I got back from my trip, but I was pretty much dead all day. And I was also dead all of Saturday, and then Sunday I was just crazy busy because I had private art lesson and I had a commission that I had to whip out, and I was also just, again, really tired. Been just running. And then today I had to take my dad grocery shopping. Let's see, we're gonna put some filigree, matching filigree. Alright. Also, hello, welcome again, Baboon. Alright, so we're gonna give them some plate boots. And then he has the tail coming out. Let's see. Axolotls are so strange looking. So yeah, they got this like tail fin thing going on here because they kind of live in aquatic environments, like under the water. Very unusual. Sorry I'm late, was getting stuff from the shed. You're good, my friend. I'm a little late myself because I just got home from grocery shopping with my dad. And then when I went to start the stream, I had like, you know, technical difficulties, so couldn't get my microphone to work. Alright, now. But everything's up and running now, so we're good. Sometimes it just works that way, you know, you're ready to get started and everything goes wrong. And let's see. There we go. Okay, so here we have our very, very rough sketch. And I think I want to make the sword a little bigger, just to be a little more imposing here. So we're going to scale that up a bit. I'm going to hide our references for a moment. We'll erase this weird little tree. And then blow this up so it fits the canvas better. I might have to make this a horizontal canvas because this is actually getting wider than it is narrow, so we'll do that. So canvas. Just gotta flip it. Boop, boop. There we go. Also, question for you guys. For Kara. So this is this for like streaming or like a logo? I'm just curious, do you need it like a clear PNG background kind of thing? Like a transparent background when it's all done? There is no late, only when you end up arriving. That is so true. I don't feel like, you know, coming into this stream is like clocking into a job and you gotta be here at like a set time. Like, you can pop on by anytime you want. You're always welcome here. My this just got all wobbly here. It's just kind of to have when he gets old enough for real gaming, he could use it as his avatar and putting it into a canvas for his wall. Okay, because like if you want, I could send you, you know, I could send you a version where it doesn't have a background if he wants to use it for anything down the road, and also a version that, you know, if you guys want, I can make a print of it too, because I have a fancy schmancy printer. So like, if you want, like an 11 by 14, or you want an 8 by 10, or whatever size. My printer can go as large as 11 by 17, but this would fit 11 by 14 really well, given the scale, which is the biggest I can do. Like, I'm really excited to use my printer. I almost never get to. Or you guys, you know, if you want to print out your own copy, you're welcome to do that as well. I mean, I'm cool either way. Because I could always print a copy and, like, give it to your mom and she can, like, drive it up there to you guys. Because I know, like, you're a bit of a 2-hour drive, which is a little bit far for me to drive, but if your mom goes up there, she could deliver it. Or I could always mail it. That's another option. So, you know, whatever you guys want to do, I'm cool either way. There are kids outside and they're screaming right now. I'm here, I can deliver it. Okay. That would be perfect. So yeah, I could print it out. There we go. Okay, so here's the rough sketch. And before I go into, you know, like clean line art and stuff, I just want to like make sure that this is approved, and if you need me to fix or change or alter anything or add anything, you know, before I move on to like inking line art and coloring, this is the point of like, you know, feel free to like give me your feedback and I will do my best to make it exactly what you want. There we go. And thank you so much, ADK Babe. Axel says he is perfect. Yay! Awesome! Okay. So that was the rough sketch phase where basically I just, you know, do a quick messy kind of sketch just to hash it all out. The next phase is my personal favorite, which is clean line art. So I'm gonna take this rough and then I'm gonna start inking it and make it nice and sharp. And that's where I really fix up any details, like anything that's slightly off or a little bit wonky. It all gets fixed and perfected in this stage. And then after the line art stage, we go into coloring. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We color. We do color flats, we do shading, and we do highlights. So I'm estimating that at most, this picture will take 5 hours tops. So just letting you guys know, like whenever I stream, it's usually a long haul. Like sometimes I stream up to 7 hours. I do try to take breaks, but I'm really bad about taking breaks. So if it's been like 3 or 4 hours and I haven't taken a break, just yell at me to go take a break. Because I get really absorbed into what I'm doing. So yeah, gotta, you know, tell the artist to take a break, you know, get up, stretch, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, all that good stuff. Alright, let's get the inking. Yeah, kids are outside playing because the weather is so warm. It was like 50 degrees today and sunny, which is pretty weird for New York. Very weird. For New York in February to have such warm weather, like this whole winter has been unusual. Okay, so I'm gonna lower the opacity. So basically I just made the rough sketch really, really light and translucent, and that makes it easier for me to draw over with the clean line art. So that's where we're going next. Up here it was 41. It was so strange for February. Oh man. Yeah, because you guys should have even like colder temperatures where you are. Like I'm in Saratoga and it was like 50 today, which, you know, very bizarre weather. Like this whole winter has been barely a winter. There were 3 snowstorms and like for almost all of them we would just get rain. Like we didn't even get snow. Then we had 1 snowstorm where we did get some snow, but that was it. That's our winter. So I don't know. I feel really bad for the kids this year because, you know, they don't have anything to go like sledding. Can't build snowmen. You know, can't go skiing. Well, I guess you could go skiing if you go to the mountains. But like in general, all the fun stuff that you do in the snow as a kid, it's like kind of off the table because there's barely any snow. I feel like we're getting a lot of winters like that lately. It's almost like every other year we're not getting snow anymore. Oh, Mike's phone is ringing. I don't know if he hears it. Haha, it's Red Cross. Mike gets a lot of calls from the Red Cross because they want his blood. Blah, blah, blah. You see, he's got O negative blood, so it's like, you know, the universal donor. And he does donate blood, but like the Red Cross is constantly calling him like, you need to donate blood. It's like almost every day he gets a call. And it's like, you guys do know that he has to like let that blood recharge a little bit first before he donates again, right? But yeah, they want their blood. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, we're gonna redraw these little, I don't know what they are. I should look it up. We should do a Google excursion and find out. Axolotl anatomy, I guess I'll say. Because I want to know what are those little thingies on that come off of the head called. Feathery external gills. Oh wow, so these things are actually gills, so like they breathe with these. Huh. Well, now we just learned something new. So they're fashionable, but also function. Very important function. These little guys need these things to breathe. So there you go. We got a little bit of a biology lesson on the axolotl. It's also really fun to say, axolotl. Here we go. By the way, is anybody doing anything fun for Valentine's Day tomorrow? Like, me and Mike are just gonna go have TGI Fridays. And then I bought a box of Russell Stover chocolates, so maybe we'll watch a movie and stuff chocolate in our faces, because, you know, that's a fun thing to do. Working, aw. Yeah. I used to always, like, pretty much every time there was a holiday, I'd be working when I was at Panera. But we know how that is. They'd make you work Christmas Eve. They'd probably make you work Christmas Day, too, if they could get away with it. But that was like the one day of the year they actually closed, which was kind of amazing. I have to make Valentine dessert specials for the hotel, and I have no idea. Nothing, because we're boring. That's cool though, Valentine dessert specials. I bet they're gonna be really pretty. Like if you're making cupcakes or anything like that. Ooh, I should make cupcakes. I think I have a box of like funfetti cupcake mix in the cupboard downstairs. That, ooh, yeah, I should make cupcakes. I like making cupcakes. Just another excuse for more unhealthy sweet treats that I shouldn't be eating. Though to be fair, I have been doing really well on my diet. Like, I've lost 13 pounds so far. So I can splurge a little bit. Like, one day of, you know, eating cupcakes and chocolates isn't gonna undo all the work I've been putting in. So I will let this one slide for now, you know, because it's a special event. I'm making strawberry infused cannoli in a special trifle with fresh strawberries, chocolate pudding, chocolate chunks. Oh my god, that sounds so good. And I love cannolis too. Like, ooh. Wow, like whatever the hotel you're working at, boy, that is fancy. That sounds so amazing. Alright, I'm gonna zoom out and just have a look here. So, as you can see from the inking process, you know, I don't necessarily follow my lines from the sketch to the letter. I try and find the best lines, and I try and, like, simplify and tighten up details so that everything's, like, really nice and clean and good. One of the things that I could do... This is a little trick that you can get away with in digital art. If something you're drawing is fairly symmetrical, I can just take these gills from this side, copy, paste, flip. Ta-da! Ain't that just so cool? Save yourself like, you know, 5 to 10 minutes worth of work there. Just little photo editing magic right there. Now I just gotta position them, get the perspective right, and then erase the lines I don't need. And huzzah! So yeah, there's a lot of really nice perks to digital art, like just time-saving stuff. Like being able to copy and paste and all that good stuff right there. And we just gotta go in and just erase any little parts that we don't need. And one thing I like to do is I like to save the line art files and also like the rough sketch and everything. So when this is all done, I will send you all the files. So you'll get a rough sketch, you'll get a clean line art, and then you'll get the colored version. Just, you know, just to have. So you have all the different kind of work in progress, like all the steps that go with it, you know. I just like to keep like a record of the process, I guess, you know. So I will send you those on Discord, so you could just download them onto your computer or your phone or wherever. I'm looking at reality, and reality's like, you have 6 viewers, but nobody's talking. I got 331 likes though, so that's cool. Oh boy. making my lines neater. Now here's a little trick for any of you that are interested in art technique. So when I get to drawing finer details, I use a smaller, thinner brush for like interior details, like the mouth and the little scar. But when I'm drawing outer lines, I use a very thick, heavy line. So you notice that I have different thicknesses in my lines, because that is what creates some visual interest. Line weight variation. So there's the lightning bolt right there. Let me fix that up. I gotta do that a little better. Trying to make it like cheeks, you know, like he's because when you're doing an angry face, you're like your eyes squint a little bit because your cheeks move up. So I'm trying to create that like cheek look. Cheeky. There we go. Alright, now we got to do the interior eye details. So each eye is going to have a big circle or oval. That's your iris right there, the colored part of the eye. And then inside of that we have the pupil, which is very big because this is very big anime chibi eyes right here. So they have just gigantic eyeballs. I'm going to try to keep my lines nice and smooth, so if they get a little lumpy bumpy, I use the eraser to kind of smooth them out and make sure everything looks perfect. Absolutely perfect. I am a perfectionist. we gotta add the shine to the eyes. So I'm gonna add big oval. Oop, I need to draw that better. Let's try that again, shall we? Smaller one right there. And another one right there. And one right there. And I think I need to redraw that one. It's a little big. I try to make them kind of match between the two eyes, so try to draw them around the same size and same shape and all that good stuff. Okay, now one of the things I like to do is I hide the rough sketch and then I just have a look at the line art and see how it's coming along so far. See what it needs, you know, because when I have the rough sketch underneath it, it's like it's messy, it's chaos. So now I get to just assess what I got right now and get an idea of like what I need to do next. So I might thicken up some of the lines a little bit around the gills and also the mouth. But so far it's looking pretty good, pretty crisp the way I like it. So that's how I basically take my rough sketch, which is like messy chaos, and I turn it into neat order of sorts. I need to grab a neck pillow. For the past 3 weeks, my neck has been acting up again, which is no fun. So I've been like, you know, having to, well, I had to get some pain medicine and, you know, when I do my work, my setup is very ergonomic, but the pain happens when I'm sleeping. And I can't control what I do when I'm sleeping, but apparently I must contort my head somehow so that I wake up and my neck is just like, ah! But yeah, while I'm working, I have to have some like neck support. So I'm gonna grab a pillow for my neck right now. And then I'm probably gonna mute the microphone for a bit just to like, you know, do just quiet, focused work. But of course, if anybody has any questions or wants to chat, just, you know, chat and I will reply. Yeah, quick question while we're at it. If you have any preference here, I know for colors you said you wanted red in the picture. So I guess I'm asking in advance since I'm still working on the line art. What I want to do is do the gills like red, like for these little poofy things here. And then for the armor, if you want, like we can do either silver or gold or bronze. So I don't know, like, you know, if you have a preference for the color of the armor. Because I could make it match, you know, the reference pictures too, so. Like, whatever kind of colors you guys like. I do like this axolotl right here. I like the color scheme here, like this creamy, peachy tone for the skin, and then the red for the gills. And then the eye color, I don't know. Do you have any preference for like the eye color and all that? So the eyes could be red too if you want. Okay, so we're gonna do the armor silver, and then we're gonna do the peachy tone. Like, I like this little chibi axolotl here that I found. So like this kind of skin tone, and then the red for the gills, and then we could do red for the eyes. So I think that would look really neat. Okay, just saving so far. Also, enjoy dinner, baboon. See you later. Axel says his eye color, he's like a greenish eye color, almost like an olive green. Okay, I can do that. That would look really cool too. Also, if you have like a picture you want to send me, like if you want to like snap a picture of his eyes real quick and send it to me through Instagram, I can like eyedropper tool the eyes and match the color exactly if you want. Sent 2 pictures. Okay, let me check real quick. That way I get a good idea. Those are cute pictures. Thank you so much. Okay, that gives me a very good idea of the eye color. just found this brush and I'm like, oh, this looks so cool. Like, I think this looks really cool in the shield. Like, as like a coat of arms kind of symbol. Because I just like downloaded all these brushes a few weeks ago and like I've never used this one before and I'm like, I really like it. Looks really good. Hey, Savannah, what's up? I really like this, like, brush tool stamp. I think it's pretty cool. Ooh, migraine. Eek. I've never actually had a migraine, but I've known lots of people who do, so I've heard they're pretty bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I've had headaches and stuff, but nothing like that. I know my mom used to get really bad migraines. And fortunately, I just found out, I got a message from my friend that her daughter, my best friend Penny, is back in the hospital again. So I feel so bad for her. Like, I wish I knew what to do for her, you know. She's my BFF, and for like the past year, she's been like in and out of behavioral health units with like severe depression and anxiety, and it's like, you know, I really, like, my heart goes out to her and her family, and it's like, I wish I knew what I could do for her. Because I just saw her the other day. You know, her dad and her came to pick me and Mike up from the airport, and I got gifts for them from San Diego, but I haven't gotten to give it to them yet. I just hope she's gonna be okay. Just, it's sad to see her constantly struggling, you know. Yeah. It just, it just keeps happening with her. And she was doing a lot better, too. Like, she was actually going to Albany every day. Because she was having, this craniomagnetic therapy, like, where they use a magnet, like, electromagnetic, field or something against the brain. And apparently it's supposed to help, like, people who have really severe depression. So, and it did seem like it was working with her. Like, she did say she was starting to feel better. But, like, even though she, you know, she had, like, her final treatment, I think, on Friday, I believe. Like, the day they came to pick us up from the airport, that was supposed to be her last treatment. So, yeah, Friday, Saturday. So, like, 2 days later, she ends up back in the hospital. And she's pretty much been, like, inpatient on and off all year. Just, like, she even went to, like, the Four Winds near New York City. And she also went to Boston. So she's been in several. She's also been in Saratoga Hospital, too. So she's been just everywhere, and I don't know, like, I don't know what they can do for her at this point, because she's just constantly in and out of the hospitals, and every time she gets out, she seems to, like, relapse, you know. She just falls back into, like, panic attacks and stuff, like when me and Mike were over at their house, like, we went over there on Christmas Day. She seemed okay, but, like, a little bit prior to that, we were visiting, and it was like every little thing seemed to get her on edge. Like if the dog, you know, grabbed a hair tie off of a table, she would just panic, like, full-on panic attack. And it's sad, because I've known Penny a long time, and, you know, like, seeing her like that, it's like, I don't really know what to do, you know. I mean, there's nothing I can do other than just let her know I'm there for her and be supportive. But it's like when you have a friend that's suffering, you know, mental health problems, it's tough because, you know, everything that's happening with them is going on in their mind, and you can't really, like, it's not like you could reach into their brain and fix things, you know? Yeah, I may want to consider having her live in a group home where they have staff available at all times. Yeah, like, I'm feeling like it's gonna end up going that way for her because, like, she seems to relapse every time she goes back home. It's like she gets better while she's there, while she has staff and support and everything, but then she goes home and she just immediately, like, slips back into severe anxiety depression mode. So like, I don't know exactly why it's happening, but I know it's kind of complicated because she had thyroid cancer, and they removed her entire thyroid, and they're always trying to balance her thyroid levels, so that definitely, like, has a big effect on her moods because her thyroid is, like, up and down, and it's like a roller coaster, you know, trying to get the thyroid right. And I know because my mom had hypothyroid, and if your thyroid levels aren't right, that could cause all kinds of problems. And then the other thing is that she's, like, going through perimenopause, so she's having a lot of, like, hormonal shifts as well. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know if it's just those two things, like just the combination of that, the thyroid and going into menopause that's doing it, but yeah, like, I've never seen her like this, and it's been this way on and off, like, all year, and I really worry about her because she's, like, one of my best friends, you know? And we were gonna have one of our Native American circles Sunday the 19th, and usually she's the one who leads the ceremony, and I mean, I could probably do it, but it's, you know, it wouldn't seem right without her there, so it might end up getting canceled. But hopefully, I mean, I hope she'll be out of the hospital before Sunday, but yeah. Like, her mom just messaged me on Facebook, and I really feel for her family because I can't imagine how this has been on them, you know, especially, like, they live in Glens Falls, and her dad was driving her to Albany, like, almost every day of the week for these treatments, and that's a long haul from where they live, like the Fort Edward area, so it's a lot of driving. And just to find out that the treatment didn't really work, that it didn't fix things, like, I don't know. I really feel for them because, I mean, that's a lot that they've been going through with Penny. And her parents are up there in age, you know, like, her mom is, I think, 73, and her dad is 70, so, like, it's a lot for them to have to take care of her. It's like, I wish I could do something for them, you know? I feel so bad for them. Like, they don't live too far from you guys. Like, a lot of times when I'd finish with the art lessons at your house, I would drive over to their house and, you know, hang out over there. They're like a second family to me. Like, you know, we do Christmas with them first before I do my own actual family Christmas. Like, me and Mike go over there Christmas morning, and then we have, like, fruit turnovers, and you know, we exchange presents and hang out and have fun. And then I come home and I get my dad, and then we have our Christmas and we make lasagna. So I met Penny at Home Depot because I used to work at Home Depot for like 4 years. and she worked in the garden department there, and she was a cashier, and that's how we met. And she introduced me to the Native American circle, and like we would just go on adventures together, you know. We'd hang out, we'd take road trips. Like, she loved driving and exploring. We went to Howe Caverns, we'd go kayaking, we'd go camping, we'd go to powwows. Like, Penny has always been my adventure buddy, you know? Like, she helped me through a lot of my most difficult times in life. Because when we met, it was, you know, after my mom passed away from cancer. So, like, having her there to kind of get me out of my shell, and introduce me to really nice people and get me out into nature, it helped so much with me kind of getting past my grieving stage, because, you know, I was pretty much just isolated and alone after my mom died. Like, for years, I lived on my computer in my apartment, and I didn't really have any friends, and I didn't go out and do much. And, you know, when I met Penny, that all changed, and my depression and grief, like, really let up. Like, it healed me a lot, you know? Because Penny and her family, they pretty much, like, adopted me, you know? Like, they're always there for me, and I love them, you know? They're very precious people. They're really good people, you know? They're the kind of people where if you meet people like that, you know, once in a lifetime, you hold on to them, and if anything ever happens where they need help, like, I will, at the drop of a hat, you know, be there for them, like, whatever it is, you know? So, yeah. All I can do right now is just, you know, pray for Penny, and I just ask Bonnie, I'm like, if you need anything, you know? Like, maybe they want me to, like, lead the circle so they don't have to cancel it. Like, I could do that. And for anybody wondering what the circle is, it's basically, it's like a ceremony. It's called the Mawate Circle. And, it's teachings passed down from the Apache Native Americans, descended from Geronimo. One of his descendants named Shauna D started this. So it's technically New Age teaching, but it is based on actual Pueblo Apache teachings, just kind of modified a bit for everybody. So the circle welcomes everybody of all walks of life. Like, it doesn't matter, you know, what your race or ethnic background or religion is. It's something that, you know, everybody is welcome to learn. So, yeah, Penny introduced me to this, and what we do is we draw with colored sand and cornmeal, and we draw a circle and then, like, connect everything in it. So you draw all the different kinds of animals and plants and everything that represents, you know, life. And I think it's really, really nice. For me, it spoke to, like, my spirituality more than any kind of religion, you know? Because, like, I'm really into nature. Like, I just love being out in nature. So, drawing this circle and, you know, thinking about the animals and the birds and, you know, insects and plants and how we're all connected, like all of life on the planet is connected, is more, like, impactful to me than sitting in a church. Because, like, when I was a kid, my mom, you know, took me to church a few times. Like, she was Protestant, and I was just bored out of my mind. Like, I had no idea what they were talking about. And I've been to church a few times in my life, and it didn't jive with me, you know, like, organized religion just never really hit the note for me. And again, like, I don't, you know, judge people at all. Like, I have full respect for everybody, and you know, what they want to believe and everything. You know, what works for them spiritually. But for me, it was finding the Native American teachings that really worked for me. Like just sitting in the woods and sitting around a fire and, you know, doing like ceremonies and stuff. I really, really like that. So that's my thing. And we went to this one gathering. This was a couple of years ago. It was like a 4-day gathering up in Fonda, New York. And we went to the Mohawk Bed and Breakfast, which is owned by this awesome Mohawk medicine man named Tom Porter. I don't know what his actual Native American name is. You know, he just went by Tom Porter, but him and his family were, you know, really lovely people and incredibly welcoming. And basically it was like 22 people, and we had a really big gathering, and we did a lot of ceremonies. They did like a walk back ceremony, which is something they do for women who, usually they're women who are, you know, past menopause, like older women. And then they did a this ceremony for puberty for the girls and the boys that were in the group. So we had some teenagers, so, you know, coming of age kind of ceremonies that they did. And then, you know, the circle and all that. So it was like 4 days of a whole bunch of different ceremonies and just, you know, spiritual everything. And it was awesome. And also, let me add to the fact that Tom Porter's Bed and Breakfast is the most haunted place I've ever been in my life. Like that, like to me, that the ghost stuff of this place was like even more exciting than the Native American, you know, spiritual stuff. Because that's another thing I didn't mention. Me and Penny were really into like ghost hunting or paranormal exploration, you know? Like we go out with our cameras and we got our little like audio recorders to get EVPs and stuff. You know, we just do it for fun, and we try to be careful and not bring any spooky things home with us. But like I wasn't expecting when we were here, like I was seeing things with my eyes. Like I'd never actually seen ghosts before. And when I was at Tom Porter's, I saw ghosts. So, like, Penny and I shared a room. And let me see real quick if I can actually pull up the picture. Because I have to show you guys this. This was amazing. And again, whether or not you believe in ghosts, like, I'm not going to knock anybody's beliefs because... like, I know there's plenty of people who are really skeptical, and that's totally fine. Like, I'm not gonna force anybody to believe anything. But, I did take pictures in the room where me and Penny stayed, and I captured one of the things that I actually saw with my eyes. So, it looked like a glowy mist, but, like, it moved as if it was a person, like a bit of a shoulder or a bit of a leg, just kind of, you know, like somebody was walking around in the room, but they didn't have like a full body or full form. They were just like a see-through smoky mist, is the best way I could describe it. And I would, like, usually I'd see this kind of out of the corner of my eye, and I would also see like a lot of orbs and stuff. You know, they look like little glowy balls of light. So I saw these, like, in the hallways, in the room, and I would take photographs in there, and I would catch, like, a lot of orbs in the photos, too. And I know, you know, a lot of people debunk orbs as just being, like, dust particles or little bugs, you know, flying in front of the camera and whatnot. So, again... like, my fiance Mike, he's really, really anti-ghost. Like, he will debunk everything. Like, he could be slapped in the face by a spectral spirit and he will not believe it. So I'm just like, okay, you know, whatever. I'm trying to look for the pictures right here, though. Let's see. Because once I find the photographs, maybe it's in paranormal. Oh, here, I found it. Okay. So I found the pictures, and I'm trying to open up the right one. So first, I'm gonna open a picture just to show you guys the room. Okay, so like, in Tom Porter's house, I don't know what this is right here. I don't know if that's an orb or something with the paint. Probably something with the paint. But like, this was a big bed and breakfast place, and they had like a lot of rooms in this place. Like, just, it was really huge. And here's one of the hallways. So every time I walked down these hallways, I would see the orbs like flying right by me. Like just a little ball of light. We had one lady who, actually Penny and this other lady saw a ghost cat. So there was this one hallway with like a bathtub that was just on its side. I don't know why. They just had a random bathtub in a hallway. I guess they were renovating. And both Penny and this other person in our group saw like a ghost cat. Even though there were no cats anywhere, you know, in this place. And then two people also saw, they say it was like a little girl in a white dress. So I didn't see that, but I did see feet. Okay, so let me show you the picture here. Okay, so this is the hallway that's right outside the door to the room that me and Penny were in. And I saw the bottom of a ruffly skirt and 2 feet. Like a woman in a nightgown, right? And it walked across this hallway into this room right here. And like, there was no body. It was just like, it was like see-through bottom of a skirt and see-through feet. But nothing else. Like, invisible. So that was the first time in my life I ever actually saw a ghost, or at the very least I saw the feet of the ghost. And of course, you know, I got up and I went into the hallway, and then I looked into this room here and there was nobody there. And in a lot of these pictures I took, there were many orbs. Like, here's one up near the ceiling. And I do apologize for a moment if, you know, I'm paused in the work. It's just, I just have to show you guys this. Like, here's some more orbs. And I have another picture of the hallway that has even more orbs. So many orbs. But yeah, so I saw that, and then I saw the smoky wispy thing. And this is the picture where I captured it, okay? And there's also an orb right here in this picture. So this is the room me and Penny were in. There was just a bunch of beds in here. So here's an orb next to the radiator. Now this is the thing that gets me the most excited. So if you look next to the window here, you might notice there's this like glowy, wispy smoke. This isn't something weird with the paint. This is actually like a spirit right here. And this is, like, I actually captured a photograph of exactly what I was seeing, like smoky, wispy energy that moved throughout the room. And there was one point where me and Penny knocked on this closet door right here. Now this closet door, you can see there's trees here. This wall here just connects to the outside. There's nothing there, no other rooms, there were no other people. We knocked on the door 3 times. And we're like, if anybody's here, knock on the door 3 times. And would you believe it? It knocked back 3 times. So it was like intelligent haunting. And the fun thing is that not only is this place sacred Mohawk Native American grounds, but this whole bed and breakfast place was also a nursing home for a while. Like, elderly people would go here to die, basically. It was like a hospice. So this place is full of spirits. Like, holy moly. Like, and you could feel the energy in this place too. It's like, you know, the little hairs on the back of your neck will stand up and you can feel like an electricity in the air. So yeah, it was pretty cool. And we were actually doing a ceremony and there was like a big, like 50-pound bag of cornmeal that was like on the chair and it just fell off the chair. And this thing is heavy and it's like, you know, it just like somebody pushed it off the chair right in front of 22 people. So, yeah. Now this is the other angle of the room that we were in. So you can see it. And here's another orb right over the bed. I think that was where Penny slept, right there. And yeah, like, I think there was like orbs on the floor. I don't know. I just know there were lots of orbs. Let's see. I want to show you the one hallway picture and then I'll get back to work. I promise. I know I always get kind of like off track when I'm streaming because I love to like go on tangents and just, you know, share things. Okay, here it is. This is another hallway photo. Big orb right here in front of the chair and a little one right here. And another one right here. I'm just trying to see if there's any more. Oh, yep, there's another one. Right on the floor. Right there. And I'm not sure what this little streak of light is right here. Let me look at the other. Oh, wow. I never noticed that one before. Look at that, guys. I literally took these photos like one after the other. And there's a streak of light going across the floor. That's cool. Dude, that's it. Like, that's exactly what I was seeing. Like, in my peripheral vision, I was seeing like little balls of light and little streaks of light just flying through the air all through the hallways. Like, everywhere we went. That's cool. I never saw that before. Let's see. Let me see what Savannah says here. Or Kara says, I love ghost stuff. When I went to New Orleans for my senior trip, we did a ghost tour and it was so cool. Ooh, that's nice. I like doing ghost tours. Those are great. Let's see. I love ghost stuff too. Hauntings are real. Here's the thing to note. Ghosts and all these other phenomenon are created by photosensitive radiation, and strong enough emotions and the light can also create an imprint. The ghost hunting tools aren't just something that's like faked. They actually read temperature, radiation, etc., which are things that are influenced by it. Yeah, like they definitely seem to influence like electromagnetic fields and stuff. So I actually do have an EMF reader, and me and Penny went to this Lake George. There's this Fort William Henry in Lake George. That place is also like really, really haunted. Like, we got some really good EVPs there, let me tell you. So while I'm drawing, I will tell you about me and Penny's adventures in Fort William Henry, and I'm sure, like, no doubt, Jennifer and Cara, you guys have probably been to Fort William Henry. Yeah, that place is really haunted. I've been there a few times. Say mics they use to record responses pick up sounds outside human hearing, which is funny when the voices you hear are within audible range. Yeah, absolutely. So, like, Fort William Henry was where there was, like, oh, I'm gonna botch the history, even though I've been there a few times. I believe it was in the 1700s during the, like, the French and Indian War. Or maybe the Revolutionary War, too. Correct me if I'm wrong, like, if I'm completely... I have a really terrible memory. Both. Okay, so I'm not completely off here. So, like, there were a lot of people who died there because there were a lot of wars that were fought there. And when you go inside the fort the place that had the most activity for me and Penny was the dungeon area. And they have like these little, you know, prison cells and stuff. And one of the stories they tell you on the ghost tours, there's like this chalkboard. And like, you know, they write the names of, I guess, the people who are on duty or the people who died there or something. I don't remember. They write names on the chalkboard. And there's a spirit there that actually like changes the name. Like writes a name or erases a name on that chalkboard. And one of the people you guys might know in my server, AU Archivist, he's one of my students, and he actually worked at Fort William Henry in the summer because they do like reenactments and stuff, and they actually shoot off the old cannons, and you know, people dress up like in the 1700s, and it's really cool. And he said he's experienced a lot of weird stuff while he was working there. And like me and Penny caught an EVP. It was like snowing, and we got permission to break off from the rest of the ghost tour group, so we were able to like investigate on our own and try and like, you know, rule out pollution from other people talking. So the tour group was way far away from us, so it was just me and her, and we were alone, and we had the silence we needed to be able to pick up EVPs and know that the evidence we gathered wasn't contaminated by other sounds. So there was like a blizzard happening, and Penny actually slipped in the snow and nearly fell. And right at that moment, we captured an EVP that was a female voice, and it wasn't me. And the female voice said, "Are you okay?" And then we had another EVP of the same female voice, and it said, "Hey, lady." It was so weird. And then we had the Native American that was under, there's like a staircase with like an angry Native American spirit. And I got an EVP from there in the dungeon, and he said Owabi, which I guess means white devil. So he didn't like us at all. And the scariest thing was we were taking photos and my camera died. And I had this like Sony CyberShot camera that used AA batteries. Like I didn't have nothing fancy. And I actually had a whole pack of Duracell batteries, like brand new, never used. And this wasn't like a lithium battery, this was just AA's. And my camera died, and then I pulled out the batteries and I started putting them in the camera, and none of the batteries would work, and they were brand new. Like these spirits literally drained my batteries. And my camera didn't start working until after we were out of the fort. Like we were in the car driving away, and then the camera just came on. And I was like, whoa. Because I've seen a lot of those, like, you know, ghost hunting shows, like, on TV. And they always talk about how the spirits, like, use the energy from your electronic devices. So I absolutely believe it, because they did. And we did get some really cool pictures, too. Like, there's a second floor with a red lit exit sign. And, me and Penny both on two different cameras captured this big black mass that literally covered the exit sign to the point where the light of the letters was almost completely blotted out. Actually, I could show you guys those if you want. You want to see the ghost pictures? Oh my god. Here, let me save this real quick. I get very excited about this stuff, you know? I just have a fascination with spooky things. But at the same time, I have like a healthy fear of it too. Like I will never ever touch like a Ouija board, or, you know, ever try and summon spirits or do anything like that. Like I will not go near that stuff. I firmly believe that you can get, you know, negative spirits and demons and stuff attached to you, and you could open up portals and bring things in that you really don't want. So Like, whenever we go on paranormal investigations, we smudge ourselves and we, you know, try and protect ourselves so that we don't bring anything home. Okay, so here we go. Here's the pictures. Let me open these up. I'm gonna just open a bunch of them. So you gotta be really careful, basically. Oh, this is a good ghost photo. Okay, so this is from Fort William Henry. And as you can see, there's something flying right across the camera here. So that's a ghost photo. Now, there was a little bit of snow, because like I said, there was a blizzard. So here's the door with the exit sign that I was talking about. And here, like, again, these pictures were all taken pretty much in succession. And look at how black this is. Just, like, complete blackness. And me and Penny both took photos with 2 different cameras, and same thing. It was like this big black mass just passed through this room, just covered everything. So, yeah. How do you explain that? Same exit, all black. 2 different cameras. So, yeah, look at, like, you can't even see the light from this wood. It was just like, everything in here was completely engulfed in whatever this was. So, and here's another one, another spooky streak of ghost right here. So, yeah. Fun stuff. And also in the fort here, it's like a museum, so they do have, you know, like these little wax dummies to kind of like portray the history, like the people back then and all that. So if you're wondering what that is, that's what that is. So yeah, Fort William Henry in Lake George, New York, really, really haunted, guaranteed. If you want to see some ghosties, that's a good place to go. And I'm trying to think if, like, what other places, like, we investigated the graveyard that's right outside Lake George. Like, there's a really big graveyard there near the fort. So we got, like, a lot of, pictures, mostly orbs. I don't think we really caught any EVPs at that one. Some places are more active than others, and it also just probably depends on like what time you go there, because you know how they say like at the witching hour, when the veil is thinnest between, you know, our realm and the other dimension of the afterlife, it's like 3 to 4 a.m. or something. Like you're gonna catch more activity like later at night. So we've been on a couple of ghost tours, and you know, we seen some cool stuff. But overall, I would say Fort William Henry and the Mohawk Bed and Breakfast in Fonda, New York is the most haunted places I've ever been, where I actually captured EVPs and seen things. So those are pretty cool. Let's see. The city of Albany does ghost tours. Ooh. We also went up to Plattsburgh and we did a ghost tour there at like, it's like an Air Force base / dormitory, like some military thing. And they had a ghost tour. So we went through like the graveyard there, and they have some old airplanes. And that was pretty fun. It was a 2-hour drive, though. That was like a lot of driving. But I think Penny's dad drove us up there. He loves to drive. God bless him. I don't really like driving long distances, but he just loves to hop in the car and go, so yeah, we've done a couple of those little ghost tours. They're pretty fun. So yeah, that just gives you an idea there of like what me and Penny get up to. And she even got me a hoodie for Christmas, and it says "Real Girls Go Ghost Hunting." And I wear that hoodie like all the time. Actually, I was wearing that hoodie in San Diego too, so when I finally get to share the pictures of my trip with you guys, you'll see the hoodie. It's got little ghosts on it. Let's see, my dad was stationed there when I was 5. Oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, because you guys lived up near Plattsburgh, because like Long Lake is kind of up in that area, right? Because I know it's 2 hours north of here. I bet you have all kinds of cool ghost stories. You've probably seen all kinds of neat, spooky, haunted places in New York. I love hearing people's ghost stories. They're like, 2 hours west of Plattsburgh. Oh, okay. See, that just tells you my sense of direction. I have no sense of direction. I rely on Google Maps. On the base when I was 3 and then moved to Long Lake when I was 6. Cool. So you've gotten to see the base even though you're really young. But yeah, I didn't capture anything actually paranormal while we were there on the tour. Like, I don't think I captured any orbs or anything, but they did tell us on the tour a lot of different ghost stories of, you know, stuff that people see and experience while they're out there. Just the ghosts weren't being very active that night. But I definitely do believe the tour guide, you know. Like, I believe it. I'm sure there's all kinds of stuff that happens. Places like that have a lot of history typically have a lot of energy, you know. Then I lived in Plattsburgh when I was 19. My mom could tell some stories about some of the old houses in Plattsburgh. Cool. I remember there's like one place in New York where the whole entire town is haunted and they had to actually like do a massive town cleansing. I'm trying to remember which town it was because I watched this documentary and it was like on Netflix or something. It was like literally every single person that lived there, every single house, like people were experiencing paranormal stuff. But I can't remember which town it was in New York. I do believe it was near a lake, like maybe like Lake Sacandaga or something. I wish I could remember. I could probably Google it, find out what it was. Let's see. I'm gonna type in most haunted town in New York. See what it was. I love Google. It's just like, oh boy, you want to know anything? So there's a list, 7 most haunted places in New York. Ooh, Grand Central Station. This might just be New York City, though, I think. This website here. Yeah, this is talking about places in New York City. There's a road in Corinth that is haunted. It was featured in a book. Ooh, I think I have that book. Like the Northeast, Ghosts of the Northeast, I think it's called. Let's see. Oh wow, Amityville Horror House. Is that in New York? That would be... I don't know if that's in New York. Let's see. Oh, you know what? We also got to go on a tour of, it was the, what was it called? It used to be a tuberculosis hospital, and they closed it. They opened it up for a little bit. Some guy in Texas bought the place, and we actually got to go in. And they were, like, renovating it and fixing it up. It was the Homestead Sanitarium. I forget exactly where in New York the Homestead Sanitarium is, but we actually got to go in. And that was pretty awesome. Let me see. I'll show you the pictures from that. At least a few. Let's see. Adventures with Friends. Maybe it's in this folder. I'm just like, I have no idea where I put those photos. Oh, I wish I could find them. They're somewhere. Amityville is on Long Island. Oh, I used to drive by there when I lived there. Ooh. Spooky. There's an old hospital in Saratoga that's haunted. Wow. Yeah, so we got to go into the Homestead Sanitarium. Welcome back, Babone! I will say, while we were in the Homestead Sanitarium, I didn't really see or feel anything. Like, it didn't feel like it was super haunted, even though people did tell some stories, you know? Mostly about, like, child spirits. And Penny did, you know, set an EVP recorder to see if she could capture anything, but we didn't really get anything while we were there. Like, we didn't get any EVPs. I didn't really see any orbs or anything. Because I feel like for the Homestead Sanitarium, it was one of those places where, you know, anybody who died there pretty much died peacefully, because it's like a beautiful place. It's like, usually when you see hauntings, like especially really bad hauntings, it's in places where people kind of had traumatic deaths and not like, you know, peaceful. So, I don't know. But yeah, we didn't capture anything spooky while we were there. But it was still really cool to see. So yeah, that pretty much covers my my fascination with paranormal investigation and my adventures with my friend Penny. So I hope that, you know, she'll get better and we can go on some more adventures. Eventually, like, find some more places to go ghost touring. Would be fun. But she has to get better, and I'm praying for her. I hope she does. She's got to fight whatever it is going on in her mind. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed my little, you know, photographs and veering off into supernatural directions, because sometimes I do that. Alright, now I just gotta do the line art for the filigree and the armor, and then I can get to coloring. So we're making good progress here. am going to be right back real quick. Because I'm kind of hungry, so I'm going to go grab a snack. And we have donuts, so I'm like really just craving a donut so bad right now. So it's been 2 hours, so that means I'm going to take a super short little break. So stuff a donut in my face and come right back. So BRB! I'm back! I love it. The power of suggestion. Now he wants a donut. And I must say that donut was very good. Basically at Price Chopper or Market 32, they have the Entenmann's donut thing, buy one, get one free. So, last night we were at the grocery store just to buy milk, like that's all we needed. And then Mike saw the buy one, get one free donuts and he fell victim to it. So, that's how that happened. And then today, I took my dad grocery shopping, and he too fell victim to the buy one, get one free donuts. And he gave me the other box. And, me and Mike ate, like, all the donuts. Well, I had 4, which is a lot. And Mike had all the rest. There was like 2 boxes. Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 donuts per box. So Mike ate, well, he ate like 12 donuts, and I had 4. Oh my god. And now we have a whole other box. Send help, we're gonna end up diabetic here. And you know the thing is like I'm on a diet, and I'm doing so well. I cut out drinking sugar, and here I am eating donuts. Don't follow my lead, kids. I'm a bad influence. But those donuts were really good. Food. Food addiction. Sugar addiction. It's hard to kick it to the curb. It's hard to, like, be really good all the time. Like, I can go, like, a week or 2 where I just eat, like, salads and vegetables and lean meat. But, oh man. It's hard to stay away from sweets. Alright, here we go. We're going to do the filigree. And again, we use the good old copy-paste flip trick. Teehees.
Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Say what you wanna say to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Show me there's nothing fake to me now. I wanna wake up with you in the morning. Turn this room, turn it to an ocean. Let me float around.
think all I gotta do with the line art is this little finny thing on his tail. I need to extend that up a little bit. There we go. And then hide the rough. Let's see how the line art's looking. That looks pretty good. Alright. The other thing I gotta do, this line art thing, is I always hide my signature somewhere in there. So probably gonna put my signature right here along the armor plate here. And then, once we get the line art all done, we can get into coloring. And of course, I'll save a copy of the line art. There we go. Oh, I'm glad you like it. So yeah, this is what I do for up to 30 hours a week. So for 3 weeks out of the month, for up to 30 hours, I stream and I draw. And I work on all kinds of art commissions, mostly World of Warcraft, because most of the people in my community are WoW players, you know, they're gamers. So they want me to draw their characters. Sometimes I get people who want me to draw their characters from other games like Elder Scrolls Online or Final Fantasy XIV or Dungeons and Dragons, stuff like that. But it's mostly usually fantasy characters from different games is what I draw the bulk of for my commissions. And then I try to take one day a week where I work on my own personal projects or for things that I can turn into passive income eventually. You know, stuff that I can make into merchandise to sell at Comic-Con, or, you know, things that I can sell online as like stickers or button pins or whatever. Because the whole idea is that once you've made the artwork, you can just sell it, you know, over and over again. But a lot of times it's hard for me to find the time to work on those projects because, you know, I get a lot of commissions, and the commissions really are my primary source of income and how I pay my bills each month. So sometimes I do have to push those projects to the side and just take on, you know, more commissions so I can stay afloat and survive. And I still do my private art lessons every Sunday. So I've pretty much just been down to 3 students, my 3 regulars, and yeah. So that's still going well. But yeah, I don't know. I always think too, like, when, you know, eventually my students get to the point where they feel like they've learned everything they can learn and they've gotten all they want to get from the lessons and they decide to move on, then I'll probably just end up turning, you know, that Sunday into an extra day to, maybe that would be another day to work on my own projects. You know, creating stuff to sell at Comic-Con. And I also have a comic that I want to make, but, you know, projects like that always have to go on the back burner. Because the thing is making a comic takes so much time that it would literally be like a full-time job, like 40 hours a week. And no guarantee that it's ever going to sell or go anywhere. So it's like, it's a really high risk thing, and most artists don't get to do that unless they achieve you know, a certain amount of financial stability. Like the ones who become really big and make plenty of money, like they could make a comic and do whatever they want because they could, you know, they could take a few months where they don't have to work because they're set, you know. If that ever happened to me, then I would absolutely love to work on my Shadows of Etheria comic someday. But we'll see, we'll see. Hopefully, you know, it gets made eventually sometime in my lifetime. There's so many artists out there, that's their supreme goal, is to create a comic or an animated show or something. Like, we all have our project, you know, our big dream project. But life dictates that we need to make money and pay bills. So, we do what we gotta do. Alright, so I do believe the line art is done. So I'm going to save the line art file right now. And I'm also going to save the rough sketch too with me. So I'm going to save both files. I will send the files to you over Discord because I think if I send them through Instagram, it's probably gonna like crop them or resize them like a lot. It's gonna ruin the quality of the files, so it'll be better through Discord. Okay, so we saved the rough and we're saving our line art. And then we get to work on color. Alright, so sketch and line art have been sent to your Discord. So they're there for you to download at your leisure whenever you want. And now on to coloring. So first things first, we're going to make a quick little color splotch guide here. So we're going to match the colors off of our axolotl. We're just going to put them right in there. And then for the eyes, like a dark green, hazily color. And the armor is gonna be silver. Okay, so that's our primary colors here. I just looked behind me and I'm like, oh, I'm still streaming on reality. And somebody named Cricket Green said, hey. So, hello. I have my phone hooked up to the charger because streaming on reality like drains the battery like crazy. I'll have to see if I can get it on my PC if that's possible. That way I don't murder my phone doing this. Oh, thank you. This is just the color flats. So basically what happens next is I'm going to be doing the shading and the highlights, which is what's going to make everything really pop. And that's what's going to finish the picture. I was just taking a quick moment to end my stream on reality because my phone is getting really hot because it's been streaming for almost 3 hours. So, like, I really don't want my phone to melt down. So I was like, maybe I should just end, end that one. And like let my phone charge and rest, because I didn't realize that streaming on my phone was gonna make the thing practically feel like it's gonna burst into flames. So anywho, it's time to start shading, so without further ado, here we go. Just in case anybody is wondering, what the heck is she doing? So I'm doing something that I'm a big fan of. It's a technique called color holds. And I really like to do this, especially on chibi pictures, because it just helps soften everything. And color holds is basically where you take the black line art and then you colorize the lines instead of just leaving them solid black. So immediately it has like a nice softening effect. So I still got to do the red lines and then the green for the eyes. And then once the color holds are done, I can shade and highlight and it'll look amazing. So here we go. Alright, I just sent you the color flats with the finished color holds. So that's yet another file that you can add to your collection there with the rough sketch and the line art. And yeah, now we're on to the final stage, which is the shading and the highlights and airbrushing and doing a pretty little drop shadow in the background just to finish it up and make it look as awesome as can be. So we're ready to take this beautiful Axolotl to the next level of artistic awesomeness. Also, what's really cool about this is you get to see my process too. So you get to see how my art gets made from start to finish, from concept to sketch, reference pictures and everything, inking line art, filling in color flats, and all the other stuff. So this is why I enjoy streaming, because then there's a record of, you know, my process and what goes into every piece that I make.
myself lost in your mind. It stops me thinking for a minute. I know the world could be just fine. As long as you are always in it. I see the glitter in your eyes. When you say that we're together, always moving, always mine. Never talking about forever, but you're all I need. Honestly,
Thanks for watching, Babone. You take care. Have a good night.
This is a story we can write on our own. This is a love bigger than we've ever known. This is a love that we worked for. And I love you, I love you. We're finding out what it means to be on our own. We're finding love and we're finding a home. This is what it's like to be known. To be known.
you. Yeah, it's quite a process. Now just imagine I do this like 7 hours a day on pictures that are insanely ornate and detailed. It takes a lot of time and a lot of focus. Like I'll pull up one. Let's see here. Like here's one. When I get a lot of these characters that have like really ornate armor and weapons, and like I'm zooming in all day, like doing all these little tiny details, filigree on the armor, glowing effects. And this one's just a colored sketch. This isn't even like a cell shaded. Cell shaded ones take the most time. Like, let's see, let me pull up this picture here. Where is it? I just had it. I got so many. Okay, here we go. This one took me all month to do. So this is a cell shaded picture, and this one I did color holds. This is back before I made color holds like a separate thing. Like I started charging for color holds separately. Like I made it optional, like if you want the color holds or not, instead of just black line art. I used to just do them automatically. For some projects I still, like with this one, I did the color holds, you know, free of extra charge because I could still finish the whole picture within the budget and still do the color holds. Just because, you know, it also looks better with them, I think. But, yeah, like some of these projects took an ungodly amount of hours. And the hardest part about doing these commissions is making sure that I charge enough. This is my most recent cell shaded commission. So, you know, this one I managed to come in an hour under budget. It was a 15-hour budget, so this took 14 hours to do. And I did this over the course of 2 days, so 2 7-hour sessions. And you know, this kind of work gets very labor intensive, and it takes a tremendous amount of focus to sit here for 7 hours a day, you know, 4, sometimes 5 days a week, and knock out all these pieces. So that's why at the end of every month I take the last week off, because I need to recharge my creative battery, because it gets to be really draining, like having to put in that kind of focus, and I get burnt out. So, like, I don't know, you know, if that kind of thing happens a lot in other professions, but I can tell you when you're doing creative work, you definitely get burnt out, and you need to take breaks, and you gotta take time to recharge, because creativity is kind of, you know, it's a limited resource. Like, you got just so much of it, and it does wear down, and you have to, like, let it refill after a while. So, when I first started doing this in 2020, like, I was getting horrendously burnt out, until it was actually my fiance, Mike, that's like, you know what, I think instead of just taking off, you know, 2 days a week, like, you know, taking a weekend off, you should take a whole week off every single month. And at first, you know, my brain is telling me, like, oh my god, you know how much income I'm gonna lose? Because, like, nobody does that. Nobody takes a week vacation every single month. But you know what? I was like, you know what? Why not? I'm my own boss. I could make my own schedule. I could work as much as I want or as little as I want. And I decided to do it. So ever since I started taking the last week of each month off, it's been the best thing I ever could have done. Because now I don't suffer burnout nearly as badly, and I'm actually way more productive, and I can do a lot more artwork and of higher quality. And, you know, I feel better overall. So, yeah, to anybody out there who does any kind of creative job, you know, if you have the luxury of working for yourself, give yourself plenty of time to recharge. Because the work you do will be so much better if you do that. And yeah, so it's been working out pretty good. I pop out anywhere from 11 to 20. Well, when I was doing free sketches, it was like 21 pieces of art a month. But typically it's like 11 to 12 projects a month. And it's enough to pay the bills. So, like last month, I did really well financially. You know, some months are better than others. It's always gonna vary. But you know, I'm just happy when I make enough money to pay the bills. And I know that I did it with my own art, and I didn't have to go punch in a clock at Panera or some place that I don't enjoy working. You know, like I get to live life on my terms, and that's the way I like it, because I like being my own boss. So here we are. This is what I do. And it is a lot of work. That, like, I ain't gonna lie, it's a lot of work. But at the end of the day, I get to like look at everything that I've made, and you know, there definitely is a big sense of accomplishment. You know, like this really nice feeling of, wow, I did that? Cool. And I don't know what's gonna happen to all of this artwork, you know, when it's my time to shuffle off this mortal coil. Like, I don't really know what's gonna happen to all the digital art and all the character art that's been created by illustrators ever since the digital art age really took off. Like, is our stuff ever gonna wind up in a museum somewhere, or ever gonna get any kind of recognition at all? Or is it just gonna fade into obscurity? Some random anonymous person on the internet made all these pictures, and they will someday be forgotten. Like, I think about stuff like that, you know? Like, I'm not the kind of person who's looking for to be famous. Like, I don't want to be like a Rembrandt or a Da Vinci, but there's so many artists that do just phenomenal, like, illustration work, fantasy art, digital illustration, traditional illustration. And I'm like, is there a place in art history in the future, the history that's yet to be created? Is there a place for this kind of art, you know, in human history? Will this kind of art ever have any kind of deeper meaning? Will it ever go down in the books that this had some kind of value? You know, all the commissions people have ever done. And who knows? I don't know. That's something for the future generations to tell. Because, like, you know, I always look at this like, I'm not making art that necessarily has, like, great meaning and is the kind of art that can go in a gallery. And it's not the kind of art you could stare at for hours. Oh, this really makes you think, you know? I'm just drawing really cool looking characters. And that's it. But it is fun to think about. Because I remember when I was in college, you know, my art teachers used to look at this kind of art and be like, that's not art. That's just, you know, you're a sellout. Like, any art that you make for commercial gain isn't art, and it has no value and it has no meaning. And, you know, I disagree with that. Because really every single piece I create has a lot of value and a lot of meaning to the people who commission me to make it. Like, people get really attached to their characters, and you know, these are the things that are important to them. And I'm happy that I get to help make these characters become a reality. So maybe I'm not doing, Picasso or Da Vinci or something that's thought provoking, but I am doing something that somebody enjoys, and it brings a little bit of happiness to people. And you know what? It makes it all worth it to me. So I like doing what I do. And there you go. There's my rant. My little, I don't know what you would call it, philosophical rant about this type of art that I do, and if, it has any sort of intrinsic value in the world. Digital art is the wave of the future, your modern day Rembrandt. Aw, thank you. I wish I could paint like Rembrandt. To be able to capture reality and light and shadow and composition the way the old master painters did, man, that would just be the bee's knees for sure. Alright, so now the final step is to do highlights, and I still got to do some shading in the eyes as well. But the shading part is almost done. And then we got to do highlights, and we got to do a little bit of airbrushing, and that's it. And we're staying right on target. So one of the things too is when I charge people, my rate is basically $20 an hour when I'm doing my illustration. So I estimate this picture to take 5 hours in total. And right now we're at 4, so I'm doing good to stay in budget. I do get some projects though where it's like I try so hard to stay in budget and they go over budget. And the worst thing ever is like, I don't want to ask people like, hey, this took me like an extra hour to do, could you pay me some more money? Like, I hate being in that position. So usually what I do is I just tell people, I'm like, yeah, I kind of went over budget a little bit, but that's on me. And I don't charge them the extra because, I don't want to be a jerk. But sometimes I get really nice people, and they really do, they value my time, and they toss me a little extra anyway. And I may not, say it, but I'm like really glad when people do that. Like, I didn't mean to go over budget, but I would really like it if you paid me for all the labor I put in, but I don't want to like force you to have to pay me. So that's the hard thing about when you mix business with art, because like, I can't always predict exactly how long every project is going to take, because, you just don't know, It's hard to always know. Every project's different. But yeah, the struggle is real, man, with making sure I price my work correctly and that I don't end up, like, losing income doing these sort of things. So it's the challenge of being a freelancer. But most of the time, I'm either right on target or slightly under the budget where I make just a little bit of profit. So if I finish this like a half hour early, then I'd make $10 profit, which would be cool. But, whether I do or not is to be seen. So and you're probably like, why are you telling us all this? I love to share everything about the art process, including the business and economic side of things. Because, like, anybody who ever wants to become an artist, especially if I have, people watching who might be aspiring artists and they want to get into doing this kind of stuff, this is the part that they don't teach you in college. They never tell you, like, how do you actually make a living as an artist? How do you know how much to charge for your labor? And all that good stuff. So I'm always sharing the entrepreneurial, business side, and I share with people the difficulties of it too. Because, I want people to know every little thing about it. Because this is my world and my life and what I'm passionate about. And like anything in life, it's got pros and it's got cons. But for me, there's more pros to doing this than cons because, I'm getting to do something that I enjoy at the end of the day. So even if I have a project where I went over budget and I lost, money, which happens, I still got to create a piece of art that is beautiful and something to be proud of and something to enjoy. And I got to do something fun and fulfilling. Even if I didn't make, all the money I wanted to make on it, I got something out of it anyway. Whether it's more practice or I learned, like, how to do something more efficiently, or, I learned what not to do, like maybe next time don't do this because it took too much time. Every project is a learning experience because you just never know what techniques you're going to have to use to do something just a little bit more efficiently. This is looking really cool. I like it. Like, once you start adding shading and highlights into the eyes, it's like, woo! Let's see. I'm reading your chat real quick here. I remember when professional photographers wouldn't have anything to do with digital. They felt it would never compare to film. Oh, yeah, I remember that transition. Now you can barely find film. It's crazy how much depth it has now compared to before. It's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, once you add the shading and the highlights and shadows, drop shadows and airbrushing, it makes it really pop. Because color flats are just that. They're totally flat and two-dimensional. But when you add shading and highlights, you're adding like three-dimensional illusion to the picture. There was one other thing that popped into my mind regarding freelance art. And when I was talking about pros and cons, one of the cons that I'm actually still working on is there's a difference between active income and then passive income. So for most artists who ever want to be like really successful, or like if you ever plan to retire someday, which let's face it, nobody really gets to retire anymore unless you're rich. But in an ideal world, let's just say, you want to have something that's going to continue to generate income for you so that someday, maybe if you're lucky, you can retire. Artists really have to have some kind of stream of passive income. So that's something that I am always struggling very hard to achieve, because that requires me to take time out of doing commissions and work on my own projects and things that can sell over and over again. Like, once I do the initial work, like say I made a comic or wrote a book or, whatever it is, and then I get something published, then that something can sell again and again. Or I could make artwork that I can license out, to companies that could be manufactured onto products and what have you. So I could potentially create art that could generate income for me for the rest of my life over and over and over again, because it can just keep selling again and again and again. The problem with the kind of art that I do, doing custom commissions for people, is I can't resell this kind of art. Like when I'm doing characters for people, this isn't really the kind of art that I can, make prints to sell at Comic-Con or turn into stickers, button pins, merchandise, or submit it to manufacturers, to be put on tablecloths, wrapping paper, notebooks, because all of this stuff that I do, these art commissions, are highly custom, and they're like very specific. Like all of these characters are specific characters for people. If I was doing more generic art, then I could turn every single project I do, even commission projects, into a stream of passive income, and there are a lot of artists that do that. Like, for example, this one artist I follow named Drew Brophy. He is a surfboard painter in California, and he basically paints like really trippy, psychedelic art onto people's surfboards. And the stuff that he paints is so broad that it's perfect for licensing. So he gets commissions to do like a big wave with people surfing and sunshine and whatever. And then he can take that artwork and he could put it on to, t-shirts and prints and skateboards and any number of things, and then have that be sold again and again. Like, he did this one painting and he's made like over $100,000 on it. I'm gonna see if I can pull that up. His famous painting here. Okay, this is the one. Copy image. So I'm gonna paste it in here real quick to show you guys. And zoom way in. It's very pixely because I just found the tiniest image on Google. So yeah, Drew Brophy made this painting as a commission for somebody. And ever since he made this piece, he's sold so many prints and licensed it to so many companies and manufacturers that this has literally made him 6 figures worth of income just from this one piece of art. So, I'm no dummy. And I know that, if I ever want to someday have any hopes of, buying a house or having money for, like, when I'm old and I can't draw anymore and I have so much arthritis in my hands that my life as an artist is over, I know that I need to start developing a stream of passive income. So right now I'm young and I'm healthy, knock on wood, and I'm able to produce all of this artwork and work extremely hard every week. But I really do need to look at the longer road ahead, the big picture, and I have to start really figuring out how I'm going to create work that can keep me afloat for, the long haul ahead. Like, when I'm old and arthritic and I can't draw anymore, I need to have a few pieces of art out there that are just kicking around making me money, So one of the things that I've been, wanting to do is actually create art that's specifically for that purpose, for, art that's pretty broad that can be licensed and submitted to different manufacturers, and, art that would just be good on merchandise and whatnot. And one of the things I've been doing is creating my Chibi Wow sticker project. So I'm gonna open up that file to show you guys. Here we go. So I got 2 of them done so far. So these are the things I've been doing on my free time. So obviously this is targeting people who like World of Warcraft again, because these are the people who are primarily in my community. So these are things that can be turned into stickers and merchandise that can be sold online at Comic-Con, you know, etc. and so forth. And they could be sold over and over again because these are characters that people who are fans of World of Warcraft would like. And I still have a bunch more to do, but these are the two that I've done so far. And yeah, and these are just color flats. Like, I haven't actually done shading on them yet. And I'm not sure if I'm going to or not. I might not. I don't know. I kind of like just how they look as color flats. So we'll see. But yeah, every time I make stuff like that, you know, I can sell at Comic-Cons and stuff. Like, all the art I sell at Comic-Con, I could sell those prints over and over and over again. And constantly make income from the same piece of art. So, yeah, this is, it's another thing that artists gotta think about, you know, to be able to pay the bills. We have to think about active income, passive income, and also we have to have multiple streams of income. So a lot of artists today, the biggest thing that I noticed that they do is they make YouTube channels, and they get bigger followings because they put themselves out there on YouTube. And this is the one thing that I just haven't quite gotten into at this point because I hate video editing. Like, I hate video editing with such a passion. It is so tedious, so painstaking, so time-consuming and annoying and confusing and just the most pain-in-the-butt process. It's like if I was rich, I would just hire somebody to do that for me. But yeah, that's pretty much the crux of it. I hate video editing. Even though I know that, like, you know, if I could get myself out there on YouTube, that would be, like, a really good way of getting more people coming in, you know? So, pray for me, guys, that I can get over my disdain of video editing and actually do it. Like, even if I could just do, like, some talking head videos or PNG tuber videos or something, you know? Like, just talk about different topics related to art or whatever. I gotta put something out there on YouTube. But the other thing is, like, I just don't know how to find the time for it, because like I said, video editing is very time consuming. Like, it could take people a month just to get one video up. And it's like, where do I have that kind of time? I don't know. But, you know, we'll get there eventually. When I'm ready to take that leap into YouTube. But for now, you know, what I'm doing works and I enjoy it. So this is what I do. I gotta give him a little shine on his head. Because axolotls are kind of shiny looking, I guess, or I don't know. They're aquatic, so they're sparkly. But yeah, I hope that gives you guys a pretty good picture of the process, the thought thinking. What goes on in the daily life of a freelance artist. And basically, life is like a big creative hustle. It's a lot of fun, but it could also be stressful at times. Like, I've definitely tried a lot of things, you know, the private art lessons, the dream catcher workshops, jewelry making, trying to sell my stuff on like Etsy and all kinds of just trying to put my art out there here, there, and everywhere. Comic-Con. And I've tried many things over the years, and the things that have worked are the things that I've stuck with. So streaming and doing art commissions works great. Selling my art at Comic-Con works fantastic. Teaching private art lessons also is fantastic. Let's see, what else? Yeah, those are the things that have worked. Selling my stuff on Etsy did not work. Just selling stuff online in general doesn't work very well when you don't really have a big following. So if I grow a bigger following, then I can start whipping out the whole, oh, I have an Etsy shop, I have a Patreon, you know, all this good stuff where people can come in and support you and, you know, whatever. But I don't have a very large online following, so those kind of potential ways of making income are not really a go. But hey, man, I learned a lot along the way, because I didn't take business classes in college, which I kind of wish I did, looking back. You know how they say hindsight is 20/20? I got a bachelor's degree in art. I know how to draw and I know how to paint, but I don't know anything about how to actually make a living as an artist. So I had to read a lot of books, and Drew Brophy's wife, Maria Brophy, she writes this book called Art, Money, Success, which I highly recommend, and I own it. And it taught me a lot. Maria is an art consultant, and she's helped her husband, you know, grow his art business. So she's super awesome. And yeah, if you're gonna be an artist for, you know, career stuff, it would be really helpful to like take a marketing class, or, you know, just some kind of business class. Just learn business. So that's what I wish I knew back then that I know now. Because boy, like, I didn't realize just how hard this would all be to get going. But, you know, I wouldn't have it any other way. This is the path I chose. I chose a difficult career, but it's a fun one. But whoo boy, it gets to be tough when you get like those months where you only make $250 the whole month. And you're just like, oh crap. I've had that happen, by the way. Luckily that hasn't happened in a while, but it does happen sometimes. You just get those months where like your clients dry up and nobody's commissioning. And that's why you have to be good at saving money. Saving for a rainy day. But yeah, I think that pretty much covers the life of freelancing. That's how it is, you know? And this isn't with just art too, like if you're into being a musician or anything freelance, even like a contractor, like say you build houses or whatever, like anytime you're in your own business for yourself, you just, you know, you don't know if you're gonna have business or not. So when sometimes you get a lean month and you gotta just be really good at saving for those lean months so that you can survive. And that's it. So my eventual goals is someday, hopefully, I want to be able to get a house. And right now the housing market is still terrible. So that's not happening anytime soon. But someday we're gonna do it. Me and Mike, we're gonna get a house. You watch. I have every faith it'll happen. And yeah, that's what I'm working for. Working very hard. Because I want to have a house. And I want to grow my own little garden. And maybe adopt another kitty cat so Bibble could have a friend. Because we can't have more than one cat here, so. You know, life goals. I want to be a crazy cat lady. Yeah, we're still at the Vanderbilt apartment. And you know, it's funny because like 1 or 2 weeks before Christmas, housing called us. And they're like, oh, we're trying to transfer back everybody that got displaced during the renovation. And, you know, we have a studio apartment you guys can go back to. And I'm like, hold the boat. You guys promised us that we would get the same size apartment we had when you made us move, which is a 1-bedroom, because those studio apartments are way too small for 2 people. Like, we would murder each other. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen, you know, Stonequist Apartments, but that's basically, it's like a retirement home for elderly people. And those studio apartments are very tiny. And for 2 grown adults to live in a studio where you don't even have a bedroom, you have no space, we would have to get rid of like all of our furniture and everything we own. It would be really bad. So they basically said if you get us a doctor's note because you need accommodations to stay where you are, we'll leave you alone until eventually a 1-bedroom opens up. So we went to our counselors and we did just that. We got doctor's notes to basically say it would cause us tremendous distress if they forced us to move into a studio and lose all of our furniture and have no space and no privacy and yada yada yada. Not good for 2 adults to be crammed into a closet. And that was it. They left us alone. So I haven't heard anything from housing at all since then. And you know what? I'll take it. That's a win in my book. And I hope it stays that way. I mean, they did say that if we're here over a year, they might just let us stay. So I hope they do. Now, I do know that in about 2 years, they're planning to renovate this place, and I think they want to actually demolish these buildings entirely and rebuild them from the ground up. So what they're going to be doing during that time is, you know, they'll take all the families, move them into another building, demolish the building, and then move the families back into the rebuilt building. But this is going to take a lot of time to do, and I don't know how much funding they have, if they have enough money to actually do it. But the way I see it, if that's their plan going forward, they should just leave us here, because if they're going to tear this building down anyway, then what's the point of, you know, putting other families in here just so they can move them out again? So, yeah, we'll see. Now, if Mike and I can actually get a house and get out of HUD housing before all this happens, that would be great. Hopefully, someday. Alright, there's only one final thing left to do with this. So, a little bit of airbrushing and adding just a little like pop of tone, like a little color into the armor. So what I want to do is add a little bit of like blue airbrushing, maybe a little purple into the shadows in the armor just to give it that little extra oomph. And also I want to take the highlight layer, add a glow, just to give that a little extra shininess too. Because we like shiny. Shiny's good. You know, knight in shining armor. So shiny. So yeah, we're getting very close to the finale of the picture here. And thank you guys so much for sticking around. I know, like, sitting around for 5 hours is a long time watching a piece of art get made start to finish, but this is what it is. This is how it goes. And I'm always amazed when people literally sit through the whole thing. Like, I've even had ones where it's 2 days, it's like 7-8 hours a day, and they sit through the whole thing. And I'm just like, wow. That's dedication. So I really appreciate it, and it's nice to have company, you know, have people hanging out. This was great to watch. Thank you. And I know I gotta call you because I'm sure we gotta discuss some art lesson stuff. So if you want, when I'm done with this, I could give you a ring, unless you want me to call tomorrow or something. I spent 7 hours today building a Lego set. Wow, that's cool. Whenever. Okay. Yeah, I'm usually free like most days before 4 o'clock because that's when I start streaming. Tomorrow, let me look at my calendar. I got a counseling appointment tomorrow at 11 a.m. and then I'm free the rest of the day because it's Valentine's Day and I took the day off, so me and Mike can stuff chocolate in our face and go to TGI Fridays and stuff more food in our face because that's how we show that we love each other. We like to eat. Okay, give me a call tomorrow. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. Probably when I get out of my counseling appointment, so sometime around noon, 1 o'clock-ish, if that's good. I'll put it in my calendar here. I'm gonna say call. There we go. Excellent. Okie dokie. Oh, and one thing I want to do before I end the stream, I still got to do the shadow thing, but I want to show you guys some of my pictures from San Diego, like a little slideshow, you know, because I went to the San Diego Zoo and everything, and I got pictures of big cats blepping, and I think it's precious, and everybody should see it. Alright, so first, I'm almost done. I got like one more thing to do. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. So we're gonna do a little bit of, just a little, I think I'm gonna go like kind of purpley color. Just gonna add a tiny little bit of little pop of that purple in the shadows just to give it a a smidge of color. Because one thing I did learn in art school and college is whenever you're shading anything that has like gray in it, you want to make it either a warm gray or a cool gray. You don't want to ever just be completely desaturated. Like, you know, have it be all black or all solid desaturated gray. You want to have it be either have a little bit of yellow or orange or red in it, or a little bit of blue or purple. So having a little bit of color just, you know, makes it nice. It's pleasing. There we go. All right, it's perfect. It is done. So before you guys go, I'm gonna save this file, send it to you, and then just quickly show you some quick pictures from San Diego, because that's fun and I enjoy it. So let me save this right quick. Thank you. And again, thank you so much for commissioning me. This has been an absolute pleasure. And if you ever need it with, you know, without a background or anything, like if Axel's ever going to become a streamer or something and you're going to use it for, or a YouTube PNG thing, you know, I could easily take out the background and make it transparent anytime you want. Okay, save. And here comes the final file, sending it to you on Discord. There you go. All right. Now, let's just see. We're going to go into our San Diego photographs. Because you got to see the blepping cats. Okay, San Diego trip. So, okay. Basically, all the big cats that we saw at the zoo had their tongues sticking out. So I want to share this gloriousness with you. Here we go. Number 1, blepping lion. Look at that face. There's the blepping lion. And then I have a blepping cheetah. And the blepping cheetah is... Which one? Which one's my favorite picture here? Oh, I gotta flip it. Canvas, flip, rotate. There we go. Here we got blepping cheetah. And of course, you know, all these things are enclosed in fences, you know, for our protection and the animals. So I apologize, you know, for all the fencing that takes away from the beauty of these majestic blepping cats. But it is what it is. Now, finally, I have a blepping tiger. So I just gotta find the blepping tiger. Let's see, just scrolling through here. By the way, have any of you guys ever been to the San Diego Zoo? Because I know it's really famous. It's like world famous. My cousin has the coolest job. She lives in Cali and works for Big Cat Rescue. Oh, wow. That's awesome. See, I always, like, when I was a kid, I used to watch Animal Planet a lot with my mom. And they always had this show that was about the San Diego Zoo. And here's the blepping tiger. And I have one more blepping cat to show you guys to end our stream today. Never been. Yeah, this was my very first time ever going to California. It was quite the adventure. Because I almost never get to leave New York State, let alone go all the way across the country. got one more blep. I just gotta find it. Your final blep for this evening. The Bibble blep. So there you go, my friends. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream, and thank you so much for watching. This is my Bibble cat. I have some amazing blep pictures of her, and this is definitely one of my favorites. So I was thinking it'd be funny to Photoshop all 4 of these pictures together and maybe turn it into a meme and just say something like all cats are alike, you know? Big and small, they all blep. So yeah, you guys have a wonderful night, and I'll be calling you tomorrow. And happy early Valentine's Day, everybody. Take care. Thank you all so much for watching, and ciao for now. Bye-bye.